Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the Sunshine Coast Regional District regular board meeting of Thursday, March 26, 2020. It's interesting to call this a regular board meeting when everything feels very irregular in this new day and time. I'm going to call us to order at 1:33 p.m. and welcome everyone for being with us electronically today or in spirit, if not in face-to-face in the socially distant era. So I would like to acknowledge we are, our board office may be on the traditional territory of the Sechelt First Nation, but many of us are coming here today from the traditional territory of the Squamish First Nation as well. And as our regional district spans both territories, I'd like to acknowledge both the Sechelt and the Squamish First Nations. We have an agenda in front of us today. I'm going to look at directors and staff if there are any additions that you would like to make or any changes to the agenda. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could move the COVID update a little higher on the agenda, because I suspect people will be listening in for that update specifically.
And where are you? So right now we have it at number 8 on our agenda.
How about 4? Move it up to 4?
I'm also looking, I don't see a lot of, because it's before bylaws and directors reports, I think we'll be moving it through pretty quickly anyways. So I'm not sure if it's necessary to move it up too much, but I'll look to directors with a nod. Would anybody else like it moved up? Thumbs up? Or is everyone else happy with where it is, where it's at? Happy with where it's at? Thumbs up, please. Okay. I think we'll move through fairly fast. The first items anyways, Director McMahon. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Any changes? Staff? Corporate officer, please.
Just confirming the directors received the amended with the revised in-camera resolution. We did add a section. That would have been just uploaded this morning.
For the board agenda?
For the board agenda. We've just added an additional section to go in camera, and I may get Jennifer to clarify that when we come to that point in the meeting. But
okay, if you could, that would be great, because I saw it come in just as I was logging on, and it wouldn't load up on my computer. So we'll when we get there, we'll ensure that we're reading out the correct sections of the charter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other changes, additions? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, please. So moved, seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Minutes, may I ask for a motion to receive? I'm going to ask for a motion to receive the minutes of March 12th and March 17th, please. Or sorry, I should say, just hold on, belay that, please. A motion to receive and adopt the minutes from March 12th and March 17th, please. So moved and seconded. Are there any?
Yes.
Sorry, Director Seegers?
Yes, I would like to pull on page 4, bylaw 724 for separate consideration.
Bylaw 724. Corporate officer, I still see your hand up. Okay. Okay, so this is to receive and adopt those minutes. So would this be business arising from the minutes then?
No.
Director Seegers?
No, before it's adopted, I'd like to have a conversation. So we could receive and adopt all resolutions, like the minutes, except for bylaw 724 on page 4. And there are 2, it's third reading and adoption that I'd like to pull out for separate consideration.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for receiving and adopting the minutes for Annex, so Annex A, Annex B, and we'll pull out bylaw 724 to discuss after this. So if I can, I'm going to call the question on that. All those in favor?
What are you calling the question on?
Okay. Let's take a step back here, because you're asking us for bylaw 724 for an actual reconsideration of bylaw.
No. Just consider separately in the agenda.
Consider bylaw 724 separately in the agenda. So corporate officer, can we pull that and put that in business arising from the minutes and unfinished business? You're on.
So depending what the discussion is, I'm not sure what the action is. If it's a point of clarification, we can talk it through, and there's no impact, and we'll figure out how it should look in the minutes. But let's proceed and find out what the matter is first, would be my recommendation.
Okay. Director McMahon, I see your hand up before we call the question on this.
Yeah, I was just a little confused because if we're just voting on the minutes, it's just the accuracy of the minutes is
yes
in here. And if they're accurate, we should just vote the minutes through and then bring the other matter up under new business.
Yes, thank you. And that's what I'm trying to clarify here is it's bylaw 724 that we'll be bringing up as business arising from the minutes. So
I understand. Sorry, okay. I understand. And in the conversation around this, I think we will do the clarity for the community around how we're dealing with this moving forward. So, I mean, just like any other recommendation in our minutes, we have the option to pull them out for separate voting. And that's all I'm looking at doing. Bring them out for separate voting. And then as we do that, we can have a little bit of a discussion around it and then move them forward.
Okay, I'm going to go to the corporate officer on this because we're a little bit different when it comes to board meeting minutes because this is a bylaw that's already had third reading and adoption. And this is simply receiving and adopting the minutes as being the clear record of our board meeting. So which is different than when we have a committee recommendation. Our board meeting minutes are a different record, but I'm going to go to our corporate officer, please.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. Unless there's a correction being proposed right now, the preferred method would be to bring it forward and make note of it under business arising.
Okay, so the motion we have on the floor is to receive and adopt the meeting minutes of March 12th and 17th. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question and then we will go to business arising from the minutes where we will come with the bylaw 724 discussion. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on receiving and adopting our board meeting minutes. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Seeing none, that passes. Business arising from minutes. Director Seekers, you wish to bring up bylaw 724.
I do. What I think I'd like to make clear to the community, and this came up in the conversation we had this morning in our Corporate and Administrative Services Committee meeting, is that we have already passed the bylaw with regards to our financial plan for 2020. Because the community may come forward and say, well, change it. That's not the process. I think what I want to ensure the community knows is what the process is around us making changes to a bylaw that we've already passed. And it would be that staff are going to need to come forward with whatever options, and we would have to pass an amendment to the bylaw that's already in place, rather than rescinding this bylaw and passing a new bylaw. So that's the clarity that the community needs. Otherwise, they'll look at this and just say, well, we just went ahead anyway and passed our bylaw and put it through. There are mechanisms that we are engaging in that will allow us to come back and do amendments to this. It's just at this point, it is in law and it's put forward as it is.
Yes. Okay. And I'm going to go to the corporate officer. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that on process? Or our CFO, if you had anything you wanted to add as well.
Thank you, Chair. No, the bylaw is in force and effect. As of March 12th, the date it was adopted, we are able to bring back an amendment at any time to the financial plan. and I'll let Tina speak further to that if she needs to.
Okay. Our CFO.
Yeah, no, nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, great. Is there any other business arising from the minutes or unfinished business? Nope. Okay, seeing none, we have no presentations or delegations today. I'm going to ask for a motion to receive all reports, please. So moved, seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. We're going to move through these block by block. So number 4 on or Annex C of our package, pages 9 through 12, the Planning and Community Development Committee recommendations, numbers 1 through 12 of March 12th, 2020. Directors, are there any of those that you would like to pull out separately to discuss before we adopt those as a block? Okay, seeing nobody waving at me, I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt the Planning and Community Development Committee recommendations, numbers 1 through 12 of March 20th, or pardon me, March 12th, 2020. So moved, seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, Infrastructure Services Committee recommendations, numbers 1 through 10 of March 19th, 2020, Annex D, pages 13 through 16 of your package. Directors, are there any of those that you would like to pull out before we adopt those as a block? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd like to pull recommendation 6 on page 15.
Okay, number 6 on page 15 has been extracted. Directors, any other ones? Okay. Seeing nothing, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve all recommendations with the exception of to adopt all recommendations with the exception of number 6, please. So may I ask for that motion, please? So moved, seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, Director McMahon, number 6.
This is the reservoir project, which I keep calling the fairy bathtub, but you know, I've opposed this all along, but faced with the pandemic and worldwide financial crash that we're in right now, I really feel that we need to revisit all of our spending and prioritize. This is something that I think we could shelve. I don't think there is any likelihood that we are going to agree to spend $53 million of taxpayers' money on a man-made reservoir when there are a lot more cost-effective and less environmentally damaging options. And I have been thinking about this a lot lately, and I feel that we should set the long-term objective of getting our water system off Chapman Creek. We have abundant aquifers. Wells don't require water treatment plants, and the Chapman watershed is severely stressed already. It's stressed by climate change, by logging. If you look at Google Earth, you will see that a huge gravel mine is approaching it from the west. And worst of all, we're competing with salmon for water. So once again, I'm opposed to this project, and especially in view of the current situation, I think we should put it on the shelf for now.
Okay, I'm going to look to directors or staff for any comments or on this. Director Hiltz, and I've got a speakers list started, so I have Director Hiltz and then Director Ties.
I guess the two pieces of the implications of where we are in the contract process and not awarding it, financial penalties such as this are those. And in terms of getting off Chapman, I still defer to the comprehensive regional water plan, which the raw water is there, and backing away from this project or postponing it, staff is looking, as Director Seeger says, looking at this financial plan going forward, and there's going to be some reprioritizing. So there's the two pits. Where does this fit into the reprioritizing and the financial implications of awarding or not awarding the contract?
Okay, I will look to staff. So Remco or Tina.
I think Tina can answer the question with respect to the financial side. I think what I can say is that this project is not paid because it's not paid up out of taxation. Pulling this award would not have any immediate impact to the taxation from the community. And this project is intended to confirm if it would indeed be 50 million or way less. So I understand the need to reevaluate priorities, and I think the discussion about Chapman Creek, relying on Chapman or not relying on Chapman, in a way, I think this system would allow us to rely less on Chapman from a technical point of view. But I turn it over to Tina for the financial part.
Okay, over to the CFO, please.
Thank you, Chair. So from a financial perspective, I think it was mentioned earlier at the corporate services meeting on the ability to amend any past user rate bylaws, etc. So as this particular project, I believe, was considered as part of that funding and coming from reserves. So again, just reaffirming GM Rosenboom's comments. So the other part is if the contract has already been initiated with the consultant, then it would be quite difficult for us to well, there would be some implications for us to consider to then terminate the contract. We would have to review the terms and conditions and see whether or not we meet any of those terms and conditions. So we'd have to check with staff to see, and maybe GM Rosenboom can confirm whether or not the contract has been executed.
It has not been executed yet. It's supposed to do that. It was. No, it has not been executed yet.
Okay. Thank you, GM and CFO. Director Hiltz, does that answer your questions?
In part, I'll listen to the further conversation to see where we go.
Okay, great. Next, I have Director Ties.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I can see where Director McMahon's coming from, and yeah, if this wasn't an immediate relief on taxation, I think it'd be a bit of a slam dunk. But considering that our user rate bylaw has already passed and it's hard to go back on it, as well as it coming from reserves, it's still nice to get an apples to apples comparison for all our options. That being said, this is a medium and long-term thing. If we pull this one off the books, is there anything that we could move? Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because the user rates are already set, but I'm wondering if there's anything that we could move to reserves that wasn't set to reserves that previously. So really, yeah. So I hear Director McMahon. I would be in agreement if it was actually impacting on taxation and could provide immediate relief. But since it can't, I guess I'll leave it be for now.
Okay. Next, I have Director Lee. Or actually, I'm going to go to the CFO. Did you have a comment to add to that, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because it's coming up a couple of times as far as what the process. So I just wanted to make sure we understand that it's not that we can't amend the user rate and fees bylaws. It just means that we would have to revisit those bylaws in addition to anything else we do to the financial plan. So there would just be a few extra steps to do that. But it's whether or not the pros and cons of amending projects in specific. So
okay. Director Lee?
I'm kind of on the fence as well, but I think part of my question was answered in that the reserve was compiled of previous frontage fees, I guess. I think it could have been user and frontage fees though, because we didn't have clear buckets at one point. First of all, I was wondering if that was correct, that it was made up of user and or frontage fees to make the reserve. My other comments was that next year could be equally as rough as this year. We haven't got a crystal ball. So anything we save this year is, to me, is money in the bank and in a nice little bit of a money tucked away. And the other thing is, could we use these reserves to develop alternate source of water? In other words, could we put these reserves towards Church or any other well that we want to investigate this year to move that aspect along? So those are 3 questions.
Okay, so I'm going to look to staff. If one of you wants to jump in, just put your hand up and I'll just acknowledge you. So either GM Rosenboom or the CFO or our corporate officer. CFO.
Well, I think what we can do is there's a lot of discussion, and so this is. I think staff can take this away to see there's several items that we would need to review, and we can put this in the context of that, which would be to amend this project, specifically what implications it would have, and what other options funds could be used for. But all of these types of things maybe we can answer as we review how we would address the financial plan and projects for 2020 for the budget.
Okay, so I do have a speakers list, but I'm just wondering, in order to move things forward, because we don't actually have a motion on the floor regarding this recommendation, I'm wondering if it may be best to defer this to our next board meeting. This recommendation, would that give staff enough time to look at the questions that are coming up? I'm just putting that out there as a thought. I do have Director Seegers and Director Toth, and I did have Director Kroll on there as well. And Director Lee, did you, your questions that you had, do you feel, do you need a little bit more information still?
No, depending on what we're going to do.
Okay.
I could ask it again before vote if we need to.
Okay, well, right now we have no motion on the floor. We're just having some general discussion about this. So I have Director Seegers next on the list.
Thank you. I think Tina answered my question. I was wondering if we could defer this to the next meeting for discussion at that point, bring it back, and that would give staff time to look at, the implications and get all the answers to the questions that the directors are putting forward. So if that's possible, I will make that motion.
Okay. I'm going to look to staff on, well, anything is, it's up to the will of the board what we choose to do. So I'm hearing that as one thing to put forward. I'm going to ask logistically for staff if that's a when that would come back to another committee meeting, or board, or would it come back to board? Because so over to our corporate officer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would suggest we be specific, because it would come back to the next regular board meeting, which is April, whatever that is, unless it's being referred to a special meeting, which has yet to be scheduled.
Okay.
Okay. So defer. I don't know, because we don't know what we're doing at this point, because we don't know if the date by when we have to have this amended budget in is changing or not. So we might be having some emergency meetings. So I don't know what to defer it to. maybe, could we say just defer it to the next appropriate meeting?
No, we need, with any kind of deferment, it's best if it has a definitive of where it's going to sit.
I understand, but we don't know what that looks like. If we have to have our financial plan in by April 1st, that means we're going to be having meetings, maybe even this weekend.
Our financial plan, our financial plan has been adopted. It's in. Anything we do for amendments now is different. So we've got time for that. So we have time to do the amendments. Right now, this is regarding actually awarding a contract that we've already discussed at committee, and we would be endorsing as board right now to set out that contract. What I'm hearing is a deferment on this, or a request to defer or abandon completely, because I'm hearing from Director McMahon to abandon this completely, but also I'm hearing from the board that maybe, hey, let's defer this. So we can defer this to a future board meeting, which is what our corporate officer has said. It's best to go forward to a board meeting, unless there's a special meeting we'd like to designate for it. My suggestion would be to put it forward to a future board meeting, and I would say our first board meeting in April, whenever that is. Would that be the 12th? I don't know. I don't have a calendar in front of me. The 10th, I think. I see the 9th. Thank you, Director Hiltz. I'm going to go over to GM Rosenboom, please.
The only remark I would like to make is that I would have to confirm if there are permit applications, given that this project would include field work, and there would be time required for us to receive the permits. And as indicated earlier, the normal process for that is about 2 years, and we had the a commitment to fast track our permit. So any in April 12th or earlier would be preferred.
Okay, so April 9th is when I'm hearing the board meeting is. Okay, so Director Seegers, you had said that would work for you, deferring it to a future meeting.
If staff can have the information to address the questions and concerns that are coming up here, yes. If not, then it would be later.
Okay, CFO.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to address that any amendments to the financial plan should be done before March 31st, pending any changes from the province. And the reason being is because we have to submit our tax requisitions, our ad valorem tax requisitions, to the province a few days after that particular deadline. So any amendments to the financial plan would need to be done by April 1st at the latest.
So
to
what
make
you're
any
saying,
impacts to make any impacts to taxpayers from the ad valorem side. This is not user fees and parcel taxes at this juncture, but I just wanted to make sure people understood the deadlines.
Okay, so
follow up. So what the question is that's coming from the directors is, where is this getting funded from? Is it coming from reserves that we are actually accumulating this year, or are these prior reserves that we have on hand already, so that it would not make a difference actually to the tax bill for the resident?
CFO?
I'm just checking the budget proposal because, of course, working from home, I don't have all my budget documents with me. So it's just loading right now. So if GM Rosenboom knows that off the top of his head.
Well, I have GM Rosenboom. Anytime he'd like to say something, just go right ahead.
I think it is reserves. I have it as we Florida Reservoir is proposed to operating reserves. So existing reserves.
So it's already existing reserves that funding pot has come from. So so the timeline by March 31st is not as crucial?
Actually, I'm not going to make the motion then. I withdraw my motion. If it's coming from operating reserves that already exist, let's move forward.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the speakers list. I have Director Toth next, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in that I too am on the fence about this, but coming out the other side of this, there may be a lot of federal infrastructure stimulus money coming, and this would position us to be ready to take advantage of it when it becomes available.
Okay. GM Rosenboom, did I see your hand up? Did you want to say something? Okay, I'm going to take your hand down then. Director Lee. Oh, sorry, I had Director Kroll first and then Director Lee. No, okay, accidental Director Kroll, Director Lee instead, please.
So my one question was answered, and that is that it's reserves that are already accumulated to pay for this. My understanding now is that we could amend the user fee and frontage fees prior to sending the notice out for this year. And my last question was, could we use these existing reserves for an alternate project to supply water in the lower Sunshine Coast? So still need 2 questions before I am ready to vote.
Okay, I'll look over to staff. Do you need Director Lee to repeat that question or questions?
No, I think I can address the questions. I think the first one is whether or not we could amend the bylaws. Is that the first question?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think it just depends on what would be contemplated and if the board could easily process that. Because if you recall the reports, there were several reports based on the recommendations. So we would have to revisit that. And again, the utility bills are scheduled to go out on April 15th and staff are already working on preparing them. So there'll be lots of implications. So we'd have to bring a sort of a supplemental report if the board so wished to revisit this. The second part is if these funds could be used, if we abandoned this project, if that was a subsequent decision to abandon any project based on operational or capital reserve funding, those funds just don't get expended. And so they can be used for other purposes at a future time. So there will be a lot of steps here to do what's being asked.
Okay. I have Director Ties and then Director GM Rosenboom, did you want to respond as well? No, you're good? Okay. I have Director Ties and then Director McMahon.
My questions were the same as Director Lee.
Okay. Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I do want to, I would like us to abandon this project, but at the same time, I think staff are plenty busy right now. So hopefully as we review the budget, which we have committed to doing, and reprioritize everything, then hopefully we can come back to it.
Okay, Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. And this is going back to my earlier question is, I can see where Director McMahon is coming from, and, the information from this could be useful. The fact that we can spend it elsewhere is even better. But my other big concern is in the decisions we're making going forward, what extra workload are we putting on staff? As the CFO indicated, they're already preparing utility bills, and now we're asking them to chuck that aside and potentially start over. So I think we really need to look at things that can have sort of an immediate effect on the taxes without creating a huge workload for staff.
Okay, CAO, please.
Thank you, Chair. One thing the board could consider, and staff would be happy to do this at the board's pleasure, is should the board want to convene a special emergency board meeting, and it may require more than one emergency board meeting before the end of the month, to have these discussions. Staff can present some ideas on where there could potentially be some areas that would provide some relief. And then based on that, we could have some further discussions if that would please the board.
Okay, so we've had some discussion about this, and but at the same time, I have no actual motion on the floor. I'm seeing Director Seegers with your hand up.
Okay, so given what CAO just said, if we postpone this or defer it to the next regular board meeting, and we have some emergency meetings in between, does that work for budget? I guess that would be a question for Tina.
CFO?
I think it depends on the timelines.
Okay, so Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'm getting a little mired in process here too. You know, we've only got 5 days till the end of the month. I'm not sure that we can pull together a meaningful emergency meeting in that period of time.
So, all right. Director Toth?
Just in terms of getting something on the floor, I'd like to move adoption of the recommendation as presented.
Okay, so, and I see a seconder for that. Director McMahon, would you like to speak to that? I see your hand up. No? Okay, so Director Toth, did you want to further motivate that? It's been moved and seconded. You're muted, Director Toth.
I was muted.
Okay.
We can always come back and address this later at the same time we're reviewing the rest of the budget, any changes we want to make. If we stall this now and we make other changes to the budget, we may tangle this up. So why don't we just approve it now, roll it forward, and if we reassess this either with changing provincial timelines or with emergency meetings, then it can come back.
CAO?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just so we're all on the same page. If we need to right now, if we were to consider making changes to the budget or changes to the financial plan amendments, we would need to schedule those special board meetings and make those decisions before April 1st. Is that correct, Tina?
Yes, unless there was a change by the province.
And we, if the board so directed, we could be in a position to have a special board meeting as early as tomorrow.
Okay, Director Seegers and then Director Lee.
Sorry, took me a bit to click. So I guess the only question then, if we approve this today, that actually gives staff permission to action this.
Yes.
Because it is approved. So if we are looking at reconsidering this or wanting them to come back with potential options, then we may want to pass some kind of recommendation saying, do not act on this until our next council meeting. So that gives us the time to actually, because it's in process, right? We have to give staff clear direction. I think they understand that, but I think we may want to put that into a recommendation. And I'd look to staff about that. I'll make that recommendation if they want or not.
Okay, so right now we have a motion on the floor that we adopt this recommendation. Director Lee, you're next on my list.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My one was I'm probably a motion to not go forward with the contractor hiring, but my other question was, and I think Tina might have answered it and I've just forgot, but can we amend the budget after submission?
Go to the CFO and then over to GM Rosenboom.
Yes, we can amend the financial plan bylaw. We do that on occasion. Say we are awarded a grant in July. We often have recommendations to the board to amend the financial plan. However, what it means is you're adopting the financial plan. We haven't gotten into the practice because we don't get a lot of financial plan amendments in a year to actually amend the bylaw. But what I'm saying is, regardless if you adopt, if you amend your financial plan past certain dates, there's no impact to it from a taxation. You only have one time that you do the taxation based on the deadlines. So say we amended the financial plan on April 30th, we can do that, but the taxes will be the same as when we adopted the budget 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and GM Rosenboom?
Thank you, Chair. In response to the remarks from Director Sears, if the board would consider approving it with a but, then I would, my suggestion would be to make a recommendation to refer this, the adoption of this part of this section of the minutes to the next regular board meeting or special board meeting, whichever is earlier. Because that would allow for whatever it to come back.
Okay. Corporate Officer?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to suggest you could, the recommendation is on the floor. It's been seconded. The final clause and further that we could insert a prior to it being executed and insert some action there.
Okay, so we would be making then an amendment that that prior to the execution of contracts, do you have suggested wording for that? That
Yeah.
it be
That the recommendation be brought forward for further implications, that staff bring forward information on implications and options with respect to amending the project. And
Okay.
that be deferred to whatever meeting the board chooses to defer it to.
So it's still at that point would still move this forward, but still bring it forward to a future meeting as being a potential the potential of not going through with it if we were to discuss it further at another meeting. Is that clear? So we're asking for an amendment.
Is the intent to not award the contract? So it depends what the intention is. We could insert an amendment that prior to awarding the contract or prior to executing the contract. Is that, are we wanting to hold this subject to further information? Is that the intention?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. So we have that as the possibility of an amendment if somebody, because we do have that motion on the floor to adopt the recommendation as presented. This would give it the amendment. Director McMahon.
I'd be happy to move that amendment. I think that gets what I'm going for, and we don't need any more emergency meetings. We've got enough emergencies going as it is.
Okay, so are you moving that amendment, Director McMahon? Okay, and do I have a seconder for that? I see Director Seegers as a seconder. Is everyone clear on the amendment to the recommendation on the floor? If you are not clear, can you wave your arms around, please? Okay, so we've got an amendment to the recommendation on the floor. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please. Those opposed to the amendment, Director Toth. Director Toth, would you like that opposition? No. Okay, good. Okay, so we have an amended. That means the amendment is carried. So we now have an amended motion on the floor to adopt the recommendations and And what's the, Jennifer, do you have the wording on that? Or Sherry, do you have the wording on that exactly so that we know what the whole amended recommendation is? Please.
I can take it. So prior to awarding and executing the contract, that the recommendation be brought forward to the next regular board meeting with information on implications and options with respect to amending the project.
Okay. So that's the amended recommendation on the floor. Director McMahon, I saw your hand up. Okay. Director Seegers.
Thank you. So the recommendation that is in our package is that the delegated authorities be authorized to execute that contract. So is that now removed?
We can start that out, yes.
Do you need a separate amendment for that? Or did the amendment we did take care of that?
Sorry. Yes, I left that off.
Okay.
Didn't specify that I struck that out, yes.
Okay. Is everyone clear on that? Okay. All right. So, corporate officer, is there anything else? Is everybody clear on what we're voting on now? Because we have an amended motion on the floor. Would anybody like it read back? If you'd like it read back, please put your hand up. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amended motion. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you. So next up, just bear with me one moment. I have to get back to my front page on my agenda. One moment, please. Okay. So that was infrastructure. Next up on our list is Annex E of our package, building official notice on title. We have Alan Whittleton. Alan, just bear with me one moment and I will unmute you. Okay, Mr. Whittleton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. To date, the SCRD has not received building permit applications for the buildings or construction in question, and would recommend the notice be placed on title.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to also note that late last night, directors did receive an email and document from the property owner of this property. And then I'm going to go to first the corporate officer. I see your hand up. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay. I'm going to go to Director Ties, please.
Sorry, I forgot. I had to unmute myself before I went back to my questions.
Okay.
So just to help out with some of this process, I'm wondering if somebody could go into a little bit of detail as to how our records are being kept. Are they kept by property? Are they kept by name? Are they digitized? Are they in paper? Who has access? And just sort of a general record keeping rundown.
Okay, and that's in reference to the notations in the correspondence regarding our record keeping at the regional district. Yeah. Is that correct? Okay. So who would like to take that from staff? Okay, I'll go to our corporate officer because that's her domain.
Thank you, Chair. So all SCRD records are managed, both physical records and electronic records. We have a documented system that assigns permissions to various staff. So it's a business case. If you need access to those records, you have access to them. Our electronic records, further, they have audit trails, so we can track every action that happens on every record. Physical records are also managed within that electronic system, and they are managed in accordance with the Local Government Management Association Records Management Classification Schedule. So I would say it's a fairly rigorous document management system.
Okay. Thank you, Corporate Officer. Director Ties?
Yeah, follow up. So do we have any record of, paperwork ever being lost?
Corporate Officer?
So I'm not sure how to answer that. So records of paperwork being lost, could you be more specific?
Yeah, just
into the system, we have a tracking for it to be checked like a library. So records are checked in and out of the system.
Right. So
if it didn't come back, it would be noted and we would hunt it down basically.
Right. So nobody has come up to you and said, "Hey, I've got a copy of a permit here, and you guys don't have a copy of this permit." That's basically what I'm asking.
In my history with the organization, and I can't speak back to 10 years ago, but I have not had that experience. And of course, things do get lost. I'm not going to say that would never happen. I don't know that for a fact, but I also know that when we're talking about permits, there would also be associated paperwork with those permits, such as a financial transaction, and we have no record of that either.
Okay, thank you. And then one more clarification question. Out of the 3 discrepancies that came up in the discussion a month ago, only one actually had a permit filed. That's at least what the applicant has claimed. So the other 2 items would still need to have a notice on title anyway, even if for some reason that was found. Is that correct, Mr. Whittleton? Or
yes, that is correct. The construction that probably you're referring to, the alteration or repair of the stairs and landing, that building did have a permit originally, but the work that we're discussing in our report, that didn't have a permit. So it would still need a permit even though the original building did have a permit.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to move the recommendations as listed.
Chair Pratt, you're muted.
You're muted.
Chair Pratt, your phone is still muted.
My apologies. I have a very excited dog in the background, so I'm really trying to keep that away from everybody else's ears. So we've had that moved by Director Ties. May I have a seconder? Seconded Director Seegers. Any further discussion regarding this? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Whittleton, as well. Okay, great. Okay, moving on. The next on our agenda, we have our CAO's report for March 26th on Annex F, pages 19 to 20 of the package. CAO, go ahead.
Given what's happened since the CAO's report, it seems like a very quaint report from a time long, long ago. And that's about all I have on that.
Directors, anyone with questions for the CAO or the CAO's report? Director Seegers, please.
Thank you. Is that a typo, or is our COAs actually some kind of position?
Sorry, I'm going to have to pull I've got to scramble from the.
Look, it says the HR panel led by Jerry Parker that was well received by COAs from all over BC.
Ah, yes, that is CAOs.
Oh, okay.
And the CAOs did find his presentation to be excellent, and it was well received. The COAs had no opinion.
Okay.
Okay, and then I've never heard of Kate's Island. Where is Kate's Island? That's one other question. I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not gonna humiliate myself as the new guy. I'll turn that over to either Director or Chair Pratt or Director Lee.
I'm going to go over to Director Lee for that because he's the expert in all things Pender Harbor.
It's an island out in front of Seven Isles, but no one knows where Seven Isles is here.
I do.
Yes, so now you can describe it. It's a little island in Bargain Harbor on the south side of Bargain Harbor.
Excellent.
It's observed by people on the south side of Francis Peninsula.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And glad to hear that Mr. Parker had a very engaged group. So thank you so much for representing us well. Director Hiltz.
Aside from the location of Kate's Island, is anything specifically happening with Kate's Island that can be said?
I'll go to Director Lee then.
I would defer to our CAO.
Okay, CAO.
Director Hiltz, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Is there something specific that's happening with Kate's Island? Is that essentially what you're asking?
Oh, we had some questions about developments and permits on Kate's Island, and it was an opportunity to get together with some concerned residents and just give them an update on what's happening and the interaction staff are having with the people involved.
Okay, excellent. Okay, anything further for the CAO's report? Nope. Alrighty. Next thing we have on our list is the COVID-19 update. I'm gonna go over to the CAO and he can pass it around to the team as needed.
Thank you for that, Chair.
Or not pass COVID-19 around to the team, but pass the speakers list around to the team.
Sure. Thank you for that, Chair. And yes, an unfortunate usage of language there. I'll do a start and then I'll turn it over to other members of staff to fill in as they wish. I'll start just a little bit with the status of the Emergency Operations Center, which is activated at this time to a virtual level 2. We have collaboratively staffed the Emergency Operations Center, working closely with the town of Gibsons, the District of Sechelt. We are working with the Sechelt Indian Government District, and their Emergency Operations Center is also activated. We've been working closely with Vancouver Coastal Health and continue to follow the lead and the recommendations of the province of BC. Like most jurisdictions, we did not declare a state of local emergency, and the province had not recommended that we do so. We've been having daily Emergency Operation Center stakeholder calls led by our liaison, Matt Trait, and those have been incredibly well attended by local groups and also many of the reps from the government agencies. The level of collaboration we're getting in terms of EOC staffing with the other jurisdictions has been very strong and continues to build. At this point, we're now in a position where our bench strength is such that we're able to rotate key people through positions. So we're able to, each jurisdiction can attend the critical meetings that are have business continuity implications, and meetings like this one. Today, for example, Manny is the CAO at Gibsons, is the director for the emergency operations team. Also, our communications teams have been working seamlessly throughout all the jurisdictions to put out a daily EOC briefing, and those briefings may change in terms of their frequency, but the level of collaboration between the communications professionals on the Sunshine Coast has also been outstanding, and it's really appreciated. From an SCRD offices perspective, our field road office remains closed to the public. There is very few staff going up there, and it's always done by with management approval and on an as-needed basis. Our other facilities, like our rec facilities, are closed. Our playground structures are now closed. We've gone over the last, 2 weeks or so from saying, hey, what's this Zoom thing, to everybody working seamlessly and collaboratively with Zoom. We have, there's a CAO meeting every morning There's the senior leadership team meeting every morning. We're having regular meetings by Zoom with our entire management team and all of our excluded employees so that they can filter all the information down to the rest of the groups. The work that our IT teams have been doing, our senior leadership team, our whole management team, and frankly, all of the people that work with the Sunshine Coast Regional District that are providing the essential services or supporting the Emergency Operations Center operations. The level of collaboration and commitment has been outstanding. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and I thank everybody for those efforts. Everyone that can work from home right now is working from home. We're also working on things to make sure that where we can, we're supporting proper ergonomics so we don't run into problems with the people that are working at home. We want them to be able to work at home as safely and efficiently as possible. We're maintaining our transit services right now. I know that Remco's working with BC Transit. He may have a couple of updates on that front, and essential services are still happening. Overall, I would say that when we look at other jurisdictions, and I've had several discussions with other jurisdictions throughout the province, we are at the top or ahead of the curve in a lot of ways. Our EOC, thanks to great direction from our policy group, formed quickly and is working efficiently and collaboratively. I'm incredibly proud of the work everyone has done. And if anyone else on the staff wants to provide a bit of an update, please go ahead.
Mr. Parker, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few additional comments, and I really appreciate what CAO McKinley was saying there. We've been fortunate over the past couple of years to have engaged in a lot of training for EOC work, including board members, staff throughout the organization, and we've also partnered with our other members in our other local governments. So we have some really great bench strength right now that we're tapping, and we're very pleased at how it's working. And I also just want to give some special acknowledgement to Unifor Local 466. They've been very supportive in terms of really accommodating the efforts that are going on to see people working from home right now, and it's been greatly appreciated. So we're going to continue to look at things as we move along, and things change every day. But staff have been very supportive and responsive, and it's a great team to work with. Thank you.
Okay. GM Rosenboom.
Thank you. The only, within the infrastructure department, all services are still ongoing. No changes yet. No significant changes in terms of service level. What is of note is that what we're seeing at the landfill is a significant increase of volume of people that are going to the landfill because they clearly have time to clean out their sheds, etc., etc. And that's currently resulting in not only delays at the landfill, but also is increasing the potential community spread and exposure risk for staff at the landfill. So we're currently in our messaging encouraging people to store materials if they clean their shed. Just clean it up and put some stuff in a corner instead of throw it in the back of the truck and driving it to the landfill. So only make essential trips to the landfill. Thank you.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I just wanted to outline, and staff have been excellent about employing very safe working practices. Commendation to Arun Kumar, our manager of solid waste operations. He got portable hand washing stations up there. They have N95 masks, they have gloves, and they've been really focusing on safe working procedures. And also, same with our transit system, excellent safe working procedures, cleaning routines, and throughout the organization. So it's being very well managed. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? GM Hall, CFO? Anything you'd like to comment on from your departments?
Other than I just absolutely just want to reiterate everybody's just I'm amazed at how well people are able to convalesce for working from home, and our IT, our procurement division, people are just seamlessly working from home and are so resilient. So I'm very appreciative.
Okay, GM Hall.
For planning and community development, we're able to deliver a basic level of planning and building inspection services, and work is continuing on. And with good communication and coordination with our recreation user groups and patrons, we're taking steps to keep everybody informed as we plan toward an eventual recovery and getting back on track with our recreation programs. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Hall. Corporate Officer, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Chair. I think the CAO pretty much covered it, but I will make one note that we do have somebody answering the phone at Field Road. So if members of the public have questions, we can refer them. We'd love to refer them to our COVID-19 page on the SCRD website. It's a great resource, and it not only has the EOC bulletins on it, but there's also community resources on there and links to other agencies. And if it's not about SCRD service, they should be able to find information on there where they can go to and get the answers they need.
Okay, I have Director McMahon and the Director Lee.
Yeah, I'm very impressed too. I really appreciate the links on our agenda menu that went up, I think last night, to help the public watch our meetings now. And I think that's terrific. I did have one question. I hate to raise it, but given that Croatia had an earthquake 2 days ago, do we have a plan for what to do when we have a disaster while we're already having a disaster?
CAO?
Well, on the bright side, the EOC will already be activated. We'll be, I know that we'll still be working on looking at what the fire season might bring. I know that General Manager Rosenboom gave a bit of an update on snow levels and what that might mean in terms of any type of flood risk, and we're going to have better information coming from those monitoring stations soon. It's going to be one more thing that we're going to be keeping track of. One of the things that this activation is helping us with, and Jerry already mentioned it, but the importance of it shouldn't be understated. We've got more people getting familiar with roles in the Emergency Operations Center than probably ever before. We've got opportunities to get more people, those valuable reps in the EOC. So if something else should occur, we're going to be in a better position to deal with it. And as Jerry also referenced, we're really blessed here that we already have pretty deep bench strength of people that have training within the Emergency Operations Center. And I can tell you from working in other pre-ocs and EOCs elsewhere in BC, I would say that we should almost be like, we're incredibly fortunate. We would be the envy of many other areas to see how many seasoned, experienced people we have working in our Emergency Operations Center.
I'm going to go to Mr. Parker, and then I'll continue through my directors.
Thank you. Just to add to that, and yes, we do have plans. Even for this, we actually had a pandemic exposure control plan. So we have many plans, and we just pull them out and start going through them and work our way through as the need arises. We're well staffed. We have additional resources we could still employ or deploy, and availability of others as well to call on. So you can expect that we'd be able to respond effectively.
Excellent. Building capacity amongst our team. Okay, I have Director Lee, then Director Curl, and Director Hill. So Director Lee first, please.
I just want to say that I was very impressed with the great job that was done at the SCRD, and equally with the EOC and the cooperation we're seeing at all levels. It's, I guess we take it for granted, but we forget to say just what a great job everybody's doing. And it's on top of the concern that you have for your own family. So I must say it's appreciated. And the one thing I would like to just ask the question, and I noted the safety supplies and the P95 masks. Are we okay over the long term? That was just my one question.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Parker. I unmuted myself. There you go.
Respond to that. Yes, we expect we are. We have resources now, and I must say, what we're hearing through the EOC, also, you know, a shout out to the community partners that are working to help us through this. We've heard of distilleries shifting towards hand sanitizer production, things along that line. So we have great contact. We're continuing to maintain those contacts around supplies. And at this point in time, it looks well prepared. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I have Director Kroll next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, you know, kudos to staff. I think, you know, everyone's doing an amazing job, and also the cooperation that's going on between the District of Sechelt and the Sechelt Indian Nation and the town of Gibsons. It's commendable. I just wanted to mention at the Gibsons Council meeting on Tuesday, we emphasized and did a bit of juggling of staff to ensure that we could keep the green waste station open. You know, as was mentioned about the landfill, people are out gardening, and you see a constant procession of trucks and trailers on their way to the green waste. And it's the emphasis in keeping it open is we are experiencing, from weather information, a slightly drier month than we normally would have for March. And hopefully this isn't a trend, but hopefully people will take stuff to the green waste and not burn it. Thank you.
Okay. Director Hiltz, please.
Thanks, Chair. What would be helpful for me and understand the EOC a little bit, if to understand the scale of the operation. So if you could, it's a 24-hour, 7 operation. The number of people involved, like 1, 10, 50, like just to give the public a sense of what is going on, how many people are involved, and the third piece is how the local EOC relates to the other provincial pieces, right? Because we're not alone, and the provinces are coordinating it. So just kind of in layperson's language, how this EOC communicates with the higher levels up the provincial and even the federal, if that happens. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Parker or CAO, which one of you would like to take that?
I can start, and then perhaps CEO McKinley, if you have more to add. Actually, I'm going to start by saying hundreds and hundreds of people are actually networked in. The one thing about the model is that it is set up so that it can funnel information up and down throughout a very highly networked situation. So we have section chiefs, the management team, and those that are working more closely for things like the status reports and situation reports. Those meetings are occurring on a regular basis, and that's around 9 or 10 people. But then going from there, we have personnel unit, supply unit, we have people involved in finance, and the liaison role that CEO McKinley mentioned earlier. They're the ones that are coordinating daily information briefing and debriefing sessions with every agency that's involved. And all of this then funnels up through the director and over through the PREOC and the provincial EOC. So it's highly networked. There's many community groups that are involved and active, and even those groups are slowly getting networked in through the liaison process. So it's hundreds and hundreds of people on the Sunshine Coast, networked up through a chain of command that's very well structured and organized all the way through to the province. And I'll leave it at that for my part. And CEO, if you had more.
The only thing I would add to that, Jerry, is one of the, as we look at all the resources we're able to bring to bear on this from the regional EOC level, one of the advantages we have, and it's a model that seems to be in favor in many jurisdictions now, is by having the regional EOC operating and activated, but not activating each individual EOC, we're able to more closely work together to share the resources, because this is likely to be an activation that is in place for a lengthy period of time. And we want to be able to keep as many resources rotating through as possible, as opposed to having people doing the same positions in multiple locations at the same time.
Thank you. So that's put us through our speakers list there on that. Are there any other questions before we move on? Okay, thank you so much. I know it's been a lot of additional work when you have a pandemic crisis coming down out of the woodwork, as it were. And so thank you all to all of our staff and for all of the work. And if you can just pass that on to all of your teams, it's been trying, but thank you so much for everyone. And we'll all get together when we're socially able to. Okay. So seeing no more questions on that, we don't have any communications or motions today, but we have bylaws. So we have adoption of 2 bylaws on our agenda today. The first one is Annex G, pages 21 to 23 of your package. And so I'm going to look for a motion to adopt Sunshine Coast Regional District Municipal Ticket Information System Amendment Bylaw number 558.8 2020. May I have a motion, please? So moved, Director McMahon, seconded, Director Kroll. Any further discussion on this item? Director Seegers? No, you're on mute.
I know, sorry, I got two different computers going here and I was using the wrong mouse. So we were looking at increasing the fines for short-term rentals. Does that, so when you do unauthorized bed and breakfast, $1,000 a day or an incident, whatever, does that take into account short-term rentals? I wasn't here when this first came forward, so I haven't been able to ask that question before.
Okay, I'm going to go over to the corporate officer, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I might get Ian to wade in and support me here, but my understanding is there's no definition of short-term rental within the zoning bylaw. So in the enforcement bylaw, it would come under the definition of unauthorized bed and breakfast. That is how we would issue the fine.
Okay, and GM Hall?
The corporate officer's comment is correct. So this would apply to bed and breakfasts, which are a form of short-term rental operating outside of what's permitted in the zoning bylaw, which includes overscale or those operating without an on-site operator.
Okay, that clears up your question, Director Seegers. Okay, so we've got that moved and seconded, so it's on the floor for adoption. I'm going to call the question, seeing no more questions. All those in favor of adoption? Okay, and that's carried. So the next one is Sunshine Coast is adoption of Annex H. So can I ask for a motion to adopt Sunshine Coast Regional District Bylaw Notice Enforcement Amendment Bylaw number 638.9 2020. So moved adoption, Director Hiltz, seconded Director Seegers. Any further comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're on to director's reports. And who do I start with? It's like the Brady's bunch here. I'm going to start with Director Kroll and tell us what's going on in the town of Gibsons, please.
It's been busy. We passed our budget. We went through it. in light of the current looming situation that nobody seems to know how long it's going to take to play out and what implications it's going to be having. So we staff did an amazing job between Dave Newman and Lorraine, our Chief Financial Officer, and we've managed to hold taxes at a 4% increase, which took some really creative staff work, but we just realized that, you know, there are limitations to what people are able to pay with all the stuff that's happening. On another note, we've been emphasizing, or I personally have been emphasizing, I sent out information to the local media. Some of our resources like search and rescue are being taxed. Currently, there are 6 search and rescue stations in the province shut down because of availability of people and one thing and another. So we've made imploring people, if they're heading out on the water, is it an absolute necessity? And really think about what you're doing. You're potentially putting other people at risk. Some of the stations are staying stood up and assessing calls that come in. We felt that really wasn't appropriate because it gives the boating community and the community in general a false sense of security that the resource is there to respond as necessary, but that may not be the case, and we don't want to give that information out. There has been a directive now come down from Transport Canada imploring people to avoid any non-essential travel. So, you know, interpret it as you may, but our big concern is this past weekend, there was more boating traffic out than one would normally see on a holiday weekend in the middle of summer. Also through search and rescue, there's been a reach out from the hospital looking for people. It's now just to man one door as opposed to both doors. They've hired a security company to sort of monitor the door at emergency. So the other door is being monitored by volunteers. And that's about it on just a lot of juggling. And I think everyone's doing a lot of juggling right now. And, you know, I really, you know, have to congratulate Team Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Director Kroll. Just to touch on your comment about leisure boating traffic over the weekend. It's one thing that Cotet Regional District brought up at our call earlier today was asking the province to monitor leisure traffic, especially that traffic coming up from the United States, because the borders may be closed, but the waterways are not. So we're seeing a lot of traffic that way, and it is being recognized in other jurisdictions as well. So the province is looking at that. But yes, there's a lot of traffic because people need something to do. So be careful out on the water. I have Director Hiltz next on my list for Area F and West Howe Sound, please.
To tell you the truth, I forgot that I was going to have to do a director's report. But I guess I'll just say I'm very thankful for the board, and it goes back to past boards, which was looking at emergency services back 2 and 3 years ago, and a lot of work has been done on the people who came before me, and I think the community is benefiting from that work. So I'd like to say thanks for the past boards and staff for putting those things in place that were over 2 and 3 years ago. So I'll just leave it at that.
Terrific. Thank you, Director Hiltz. Director Ties.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been a while since I've been to a board meeting, and I'd like to thank Tim Howard for stepping in, and especially in this difficult task of voting to adopt a budget. We had a good chat about it before I left. And I listened to the playback, and there were a lot of impassioned speeches as to why this needs to happen, and I agreed with all of them. I also to some extent agreed with those that said that we're putting a lot, we're making a lot happen at once. But essentially, the questions I asked myself were, do we need to move forward with all these projects? And that question was a pretty resounding yes. And then the second one was, should we be hiring consultants or should we be hiring staff? And to pretty much just looking over the projects, the big thing that I realized was that these are not 1 or 2 year things that we're doing. Anything that's 1 to 2 years, we are hiring consultants on, whether it's, you know, the feasibility study on the reservoir. No, we're looking at needing something in the 6 to 8 to 10 years time frame, whether it's the landfill, whether it's the long-term infrastructure issues. So I do feel like we need to hire those people, and so I felt Tim and I felt pretty good about moving forward on this. On another note, when I came back, of course, I had to get into self-isolation, and my heart goes out to everybody in the community who has to go through this. Of course, we're a bit more fortunate here on the coast, where we have large properties and we can roam around and be in relative privacy as long as they're out in nature. But I can't even fathom how the people in the city must feel pent up in their apartments. But you know, it certainly is a strain on the family, the relationship, and so I commend all of staff for all the hard work that they're putting in, caring about their community, as well as the people here at this board meeting. Especially Darnelda and Lori, you guys have put in a lot lately. So I you know, on top of the stresses and the existential fears that come with this uncertainty, as well as this economic downturn. So you know, there's a lot of fear in the community right now, and so I just want to acknowledge what everybody's doing and how the EOC is really pulling things together. I think that it's fantastic. I was able to jump in on a couple of Climate Caucus phone calls, and I think it was very productive just to move some thoughts around a larger scale of municipal leaders, and they temporarily put their Climate Caucus hats aside and just said, "Hey, let's talk about COVID." And it's pretty neat to be on a phone call with 60 elected officials that are all very passionate about our future and our community. So some good questions came out of these discussions, and I think it's wonderful that we have technology like Zoom to keep us connected. And I'm glad we got a bit of a head start on Zoom a couple months ago, thanks to the Climate Caucus and how effective it was. So I think that's about it. Thank you all for doing what you're doing, and I'll sign off on that.
Thank you, Director Ties. We would like to say that your alternate director was very well received by the board. We quite enjoyed having him at the table, and yeah, so you almost ended up replaced there for a bit, but he filled your shoes very well, and we quite enjoyed having him with us. So Director McMahon, I have you up next, please.
Okay. Like a lot of people, I've been obsessively glued to the news. You know, this is both a fast emergency and a slow emergency. It's like it's like in Monty Python. You remember the giant shoe that would drop on people? That's kind of how I feel like this shoe is about to crash down on us. And so it's been distracting and it has been stressful, I think, for everybody. I have received an incredible number of messages of support from my bank. My bank loves me. My website hosting company loves me. BC Hydro is, they are so concerned. My tax preparation software is concerned about me. And I'm getting reassurance from email lists that I forgot I was on. So yeah, it's these are the best of times and the silliest of times and the worst of times. I have subscribed to Zoom. I have a paid account now so that I can host meetings for constituents. That will be handy. Of course, I've been Zooming everywhere. You know, Chamber Board, Climate Caucus, EOC, and of course, watched Chair Pratt on Facebook Live, and attended a Gibson's Council meeting by phone conferencing. So get Zoom, guys. I think that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Director McMahon. The giant shoe that we're just waiting to have drop. That's a great analogy. Next up on the list, I have Director Toth, please.
Yeah, it's amazing how much my web host loves me as well. I haven't been doing a lot specifically because I was out of town for a few days. And I've been keeping my store open since I got back, but I did have some personal reflection to share. Those who know me best know that I sometimes struggle with mental health issues. Despite being quite introverted, I thrive off the energy of being around outgoing people. The social distancing for a lot of people turns into social isolation, which is extremely unhealthy. One thing I did discover is a service run by Alberta Health Services, where you can sign up by texting COVID-19 HOPE, all one word, to 393939, and they'll send you a daily text with inspiration or tips to help with mental health. Today's text reads, try to do something manageable today that gives you a sense of accomplishment. For example, a shower, exercise, laundry. It may seem obvious to a lot of people, but to those who suffer, sometimes it can be just enough to give you a reason to get out of bed in the morning. It's intended for Alberta residents, so don't tell them I told you about it. And that's my update.
Thank you, Director Toth, and that's a good resource to be using. I wonder if we have something similar in BC, if anybody can find something like that. But otherwise, we'll use that too. So thank you for sharing. Director Seegers, please.
Thank you. So I was away. I took an opportunity to go away for a week. And while I was gone, the world changed. I got back on the 13th, and Monday the following week, I looked at my calendar, and all of these meetings that were in my calendar over the day just disappeared. So I had almost nothing in my calendar for the week. And then it started filling up again. So Monday, the District of Sechelt, the 16th, they closed the offices, and by the end of the day, Tuesday, we had all staff working at home. I've been in self-isolation. I've gone for 2 drives, and I mean, I've been out in my yard, but other than that, I haven't gone anywhere. I've been here. And what I've really been impressed with is how the province and the federal government and Vancouver Coastal Health have mobilized. So what we found out over the last week and a half, I guess it is now, is how much work the province in particular and Vancouver Coastal Health have been doing behind the scenes. They've actually had their eye on what's been going on around the world. So when things started showing up here, they actually had plans in place to address, because they said that we've been learning from the other countries that have been dealing with this. So part of their plan is to keep the communities involved and communities informed. So the mayors and chairs are on a call 3 times a week with our CAOs, with Vancouver Coastal Health. And they give us an update, but then it's open to questions. So we can ask them some of the questions that the community's coming to us with, so that we can ensure that the information in the community is correct. And then we've had a call every week with the province. So the first week was Dr. Bonnie Henry, Minister Farnworth, Minister Robinson, and EMBC. And they set up a call with every mayor and chair in the province of BC. And we had another one this past Monday. We had one today. And starting next week on Thursday, they're going to split it up into regions so that they can start getting down into the more particular issues that are showing up regionally, because they're finding that's different across the province. So we then on the coast, and Director Kroll actually referred to it, Chair and I have been taking on the role of being kind of the face in the community. And it's really been, it's a lot of work. I mean, we had to really get proficient with Zoom really quickly and work with our tech staff to how to get this up on the web. And like, oh my goodness, there's this thing behind me on the wall. I have to figure out how to. So I have a place set up in my office that I do it all, or my house that I do it all the time, and things are moved around. But we've been starting to get feedback from the community that they really appreciate just us and coming forward, being straight with them, telling them like it is, giving them the information that they need to hear, and acknowledging what's going on in our community, because it's making it personal for them. What else have I got in here? Couple of things that have shown up through that. The community's reaching out to us and telling us what their issues are. So one of the things that has shown up in the last while is that the community is really stepping up. We have a lot of people in the community who are in various service groups or not, or church groups, and they're recognizing that there's been a huge impact on our community. Individually, from businesses, all of a sudden, a lot of people in our community, a whole bunch of people in our community, don't have any income. They're out of work. And while the province and the federal government are working on putting programs in place to provide some funding and some support, that's going to take a little bit of time to roll out. They have, for example, EI, they're wanting to give EI to those who are laid off, but also want to provide EI to business owners. Well, they have the process in place and they have the regulations in place, so they can roll out the EI for the employee person who's been let go. They can roll that out pretty quickly. But they don't actually have the legislation or the processes in place to roll that out for the business owners. So they're having to put like we would have to do, pass bylaws. They have to pass the laws, etc., and then go through the Senate and get the royal assent to actually put something in place. So if you actually know the process they have to go through, and you look at how quickly they're rolling it out, this is government mobilizing like I've never seen government mobilize before. But inside of that, in our community, we have had people who are being hit really hard with this. And then on top of that, they're being isolated. And here's an example. We have people in our community who have vouchers. They get vouchers to be able to buy food, but now they're isolated at home and they can't actually go and pick up the voucher. So how do they actually get food? So there's all of these kinds of things that we have a whole bunch of community groups that have been starting to come together to figure out how to provide the supports for the community that are needed in order to have them make it through this. And so this past week, actually, what day is today? Today's Thursday. So it'll be Tuesday, I guess. Tuesday, I hosted a call, a Zoom meeting actually, with a bunch of groups up and down the coast. Monday night at about 10:30, I sent out an invitation to 60 different people and invited them to take part in this. This is to groups and government and all kinds of different people. Invited them to come for an hour Zoom meeting on Tuesday. And if they weren't the person in their organization, to send somebody else. We had 58 people on our call on Tuesday, and that was an hour call. And we're at the place now where either today or Monday we will be launching this task force. And it's just been phenomenal, the response from the community. And it's not like we're saying, no, don't do what you're doing. What we're looking at is looking to build the bench strength behind them, because we know this is a long haul. And just like, our staff are saying we need to pull from other communities, we don't know who this pandemic, who this virus is going to impact on the Sunshine Coast. And one of the persons who brought that to my attention was Catherine Leach. She's the executive director for community services. She said, what happens if I get sick? So we're looking at building that bench strength up and down the coast. We are going to have, media and stuff around this, but this is not a government initiative. This is the community. This is the community coming together, supporting community. And it's so great to be part of that and just see how much the caring is here for each other and what people are willing to do to step up to make sure that their neighbors, their friends, and people they don't know are safe and are going to make it through this. So another piece, Councillor Toth did mention, but we talked about yesterday, our budget came forward in the district of Sechelt. And as we've talked about here this morning, the world's changed. So staff came forward with budget. We basically yesterday said, you need to go away and figure out where we can cut stuff in here. We know that there are things that we need to do. We have, for example, a lift station at Wakefield Road, bottom of Wakefield, where we've had 2 spills into the ocean this year. We've seen pictures of this thing. It needs to be replaced. That needs to happen. Those kinds of things need to happen, need to move forward. But we really need to look at what do we have to have this year. Also keeping in mind that, as again we talked about this morning, is we know that the province and the federal government are talking about stimulus projects for economies. What does that look like, and how do we set ourselves up to be ready to take advantage of some of those? And it's an ever-changing playing field that we're on. So none of us have been through this before. And the community, one of the comments that I heard from somebody in the community is, why are we still having committee meetings? Why are we still doing this? And when this ends, they're going to want to know that they've got water. They're going to want to know that the sewer, the landfill has been managed and we're moving forward with stuff there. And what they don't recognize yet, and I mentioned this to somebody and they quietened down right away. I said, is we have requirements under the government legislation that we have to pass budgets. And the regional district, we have to have it by the 1st. We have to have in the district of Sechelt May 15th. And those have not been relaxed. So while we're doing all this other stuff and staff are taking on all this other stuff, we still have our day-to-day work that has to be done. So, kudos to staff for doing it all. But I have to say on, us who are standing up on, doing some of this stuff, it's a heavy workload. And I think we're going to get through it, and it's a great place to be. And I just thanks to everybody and acknowledgement to the community. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Director Seekers. Director Lee, Area A, please.
I really enjoyed listening to Director Seegers. Thank you. I'm going to keep it fairly short. The first basic of life is water. And right now it's more important than ever because it's key to our safety as well as being a basic need for life. And thanks to the team, we never thought anything of it. We just keep turning our tap on. And I got to say, that's very well done. I've been working on ensuring the local social safety net is not only up and working, making sure that the people don't go hungry right now, but also 2 weeks from now. And I was fortunate in talking to our community groups and suggesting we get together and help each other. And the response was terrific. In a matter of 2 days, everybody was together and figuring out what we could do to help each other and starting to plan for the future. It was very nice, very heartwarming. And then Director Siggers invited us to the what we now will call the hub of the spokes community task force, and she had some great slides. And so I immediately stole them and modified them for my next meeting. So thank you, Darnell. It was great. Made a whole lot easier for me. And I don't think I should go much beyond that. It was kept me busy, really busy. But the leaders of those community groups are stepping up, and pretty soon I'm not going to be needed there, which is absolutely where I'd like to be. Drop in once in a while, make sure everything's going good. But really big thanks to all of them, the Rotary, the Residents Association, the Living Heritage, the Chamber. It goes on, and anybody we need, we just invite them and they show up and start work. And the way I put it is we have more volunteers right now than we have work for them. And we're actually working on, just in case one of us go down, we make sure we have backups, because that's a real possibility. So that's cool. Our little community here, I guess they're kind of used to being self-sufficient, but I didn't realize they were quite that used to it. And I sure agree non-essential travel should be avoided. On a personal note, I'm kind of stuck in the house, and, you need something to do around here. And I just realized that, boy, did I plan ahead. I've been buying stuff to do work around the house here. I got a garage full of it. Haven't done any of the work, but do I have a lot of stuff. I could be here for like a couple of years and never run out of stuff to do. So I didn't realize I planned so far ahead. Anyways, that's my report, and thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Lee. So I'll finish off the directors, or our directors' reports with it's certainly been interesting in getting used to doing things differently. I will say I am so appreciative of our staff so much for being ahead of the game, getting us set up for the electronic meetings early, so that we didn't have to worry about, because we heard on the call today, Darnelda and I did, about there are still other jurisdictions that were just like lost and hadn't they haven't even gotten to the point of having what about those electronic meetings, or how are we going to get everybody in the room now? But we were very proactive with that. So thank you so much to our staff for making sure we had that special meeting got set up right away when we saw everything was changing very, very quickly. We earlier this week on Monday, Director McMahon mentioned this. I had a virtual town hall for Half Moon Bay. It was just hour long through Facebook Live. A lot of really great questions going through there. It's not my. I prefer the face to face. I am a bit of an introvert, but I like being out with people and talking with people face to face. So it's really difficult for me to be at home. I will say the biggest thing is having had a child who was actually scheduled to come home from Italy on Tuesday, having her come home from Europe a week early has been an interesting experience in isolation of one family member amongst your home. And I talked about this earlier in the week on one of my daily messages is, you know, I had a kid who I haven't hugged yet. She's within my house and I still haven't hugged her because I might catch something from her. So, and I can't get sick. So it's different. It's a lot different in how we're, you know, managing everything. On the regional district side, I've, you know, been in fairly consistent contact with our MLA and our member of parliament, just giving them updates on where we're at and what kind of supports we need, and just staying in contact. And also with our Sunshine Coast elected leaders, our Mayor Seegers and Beamish and Chief Paul and I are trying to have regular touch bases with Zoom again, and that's been really good to touch base and find out, you know, what's going on within our communities and how we can best support each other, and then also being that support for one another, saying, okay, well, this is what I'm hearing, and this is how are you doing, and that kind of thing. So that's been really good. I've really been getting to know our CAO because we talk a lot now. So not that we didn't talk a lot before, but wow, we have a few conversations a day now, I think. As early as 7 o'clock in the morning, I think the first one was, or something like that. Just getting that touch base, and as late as I think maybe 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. So we're, you know, staying in that loop of conversation about what's changing as the situation around us changes. I can't say thank you enough to all of our staff, the IT staff, Bryce and Cecilia for helping out on the weekend. Cecilia in communications, but Bryce on Saturday and Sunday with getting those messages out. Thank you so much. And just with helping with everything, but all of our staff for really supporting their teams, looking after their teams. And then all of our, you know, all of our healthcare workers, all of our volunteers within the community. Just thank you so much. We're so grateful. We know we're just on the beginning of this. We're very lucky. I'm seeing, and we're sharing this amongst each other about these US stats that are coming out now about how many confirmed cases of coronavirus are down just south of our border, and you know, it's worrisome. So we have a lot to be grateful for here in Canada, and we've got a long way to go with this. And I'm very appreciative for all of those phone calls and touch bases with Vancouver Coastal Health, keeping up to date with the conversations with the ministers, and the communication piece has been really, really good. And yeah, so we're going to continue to share with one another. Please reach out. Make sure you're reaching out amongst one another, phone calls as well. Just stay in touch, because this is difficult. It's I'm going to use the word unprecedented, even though I've heard it so much. It's but every time you hear a news conference, it's something new and different that you've never heard or seen before, and it continues. So it's so important to support one another and help one another through this, and be that team, and that team Sunshine Coast that we're collaborating in different ways, and phone calls as well. So text messaging, if the face-to-face is great too, the Zooming. So that's good. I see Director Kroll's hand up. Director Kroll, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, one of the things, and I think everyone's sort of aware of it, but they're really strained to the limit, are the local food banks. They really need our support. They're, we've heard statistics that one of the food banks alone had an additional 100 and some odd people that they've never seen before. So any support that can be given there is greatly appreciated. Well,
there is actually on Facebook this this weekend. We'll have to share this somehow. There is a food bank fundraiser doing concerts. There's this really neat the musical community on the Sunshine Coast. There's a couple of places that they've got it on Facebook, but one of them, Music in the Landing, which was started in Gibson's, is hosting a food bank fundraiser. I believe it's tomorrow. David, do you have any details on that?
I don't, but I'll get some and we'll get it posted. I know that a number of the church groups are sort of pulling together. Gibson's Rotary just donated $10,000 to the food bank. Sunshine Coast Credit Union donated $5,000. So, you know, we'll just have to keep track of it and get the information out about some of these support funding for the food banks.
Great.
I'll make sure it ends up on the Town of Gibson's website, and I'll forward it to the RD as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, David. Okay, so those are all of our directors' reports, and big long distance high fives to everybody here. We're going to, we have no new business today, but we will be going in camera. Oh, Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yep, just Music in the Landing Friday night live starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's, listen to some local music and do, I think it's the fundraiser for the food bank as well. Yes, correct. Okay, so we are going in camera. In the amended agenda package, there is one additional section of the act that we will be going into, of the community charter, we will be going into camera with. So it is, if I can have a motion that the public be excluded from attendance at the meeting in accordance with sections 91A, C, E, and 2B of the community charter. If I can have that motion, please. So moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, I'm going to go to the boardroom and to staff and ask if we have any questions from our live studio audience. I guess live YouTube audience or Zoom audience.
The public gallery is currently empty, I'm sorry to report.
Oh, that's so anticlimactic. So, did we have any questions happen to be emailed in? I know that happened after one of our committee meetings last time, but seeing none. This is what happens when you have a news conference or when you have a board meeting at the same time that the province is having a news conference on COVID-19. So, okay, so we've had that motion to go in camera, seeing that we have no questions from the audience. We are going to take a 15-minute recess just to allow everybody to either finish their lunch and just and everything. So I will see you all back here at 3:45, please. Okay. Happy
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jerry. Happy birthday to you.
That's really bad.
That was so bad. And jazz hands. Jazz hands.
Someone please say that was recorded.
Excellent. Okay, we'll have a
Get to
very
turn
good
41, say, Jerry.
okay, so with that, may I ask for a motion to adjourn, please? So moved,
All right.
seconded. All those in favor? Those opposed? All right. Okay, thank you all. Have a lovely evening, and till we meet again.